Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The late afternoon light filtered through the windows of Maple Creek Cafe, casting long amber shadows across the polished wooden floors. Outside, rain had just begun to fall, creating a gentle percussion against the glass, a soft, lulling rhythm that matched the unhurried movements of the baristas and the quiet murmur of conversation. The cafe smelled of freshly ground coffee beans and warm pastries, a comforting blend that drew people in from the damp October chill. At exactly 4:17 p.m., the bell above the door chimed softly. Few patrons looked up at the sound. It was just another customer seeking refuge from the weather. A woman in a faded blue cardigan stepped inside, brushing droplets of rain from her shoulders. Her brown hair was cut in a neat bob that ended just below her ears, and she carried a small leather purse tucked under her arm. She moved with unhurried confidence to the counter, ordered a medium tea with 2 sugars, and took a seat by the window. There was nothing remarkable about her presence until Trevor Mason, the cafe's owner, dropped the mug he was holding. The ceramic shattered against the floor in a spray of porcelain and coffee. Trevor stood frozen, his face drained of color as he stared at the woman. His lips moved silently, forming a name he hadn't spoken aloud in 3 years. Rebecca. The woman who was supposed to be missing turned at the sound of her name, offered a polite smile, and waved as though she had seen him just yesterday. Rebecca Winters had vanished on November 12, 2021, leaving behind her car in the parking lot of the local grocery store. Her purse was found on the passenger seat, wallet intact with $43 and all her credit cards. Her keys were still in the ignition. Security cameras showed her entering the store at 5:36 p.m., purchasing a bottle of wine, a loaf of bread, and dish soap. She exited at 5:52 p.m. and walked toward her vehicle, disappearing from frame. By all accounts, Rebecca Winters, elementary school teacher, wife of 8 years, mother of none, had simply ceased to exist between one camera frame and the next. Detective Elaine Monroe remembered the case vividly. She had been assigned as lead investigator, her second major missing persons case since her promotion to detective. The weight of the case files had left a permanent impression on her desk, a slight indentation in the wood veneer that she unconsciously traced with her fingertips whenever a difficult case landed on her table. The Winters case had consumed her for months, the endless interviews, the search parties combing through miles of woodland, the gradually fading hope in the eyes of Rebecca's husband, Michael. 3 weeks after the disappearance, Michael had sat across from her in the interview room, his wedding ring glinting under the fluorescent lights as he twisted it around his finger. She wouldn't just leave, he had insisted for the 100th time, voice hoarse from repeating the same words to anyone who would listen. Something happened to her. Someone took her. The investigation had pulled at loose threads that unraveled into nothing. Rebecca had no enemies. Her marriage, by all accounts, was stable. Her finances showed no unusual activity. Her mental health history revealed only a brief period of depression following her mother's death 5 years prior, treated successfully with therapy. No one had a reason to harm Rebecca Winters, and Rebecca Winters had no reason to disappear. Yet disappear she had until today, when she walked into Maple Creek Cafe wearing the same blue cardigan she had disappeared in, looking not a day older than when she vanished. The call came into the station at 4:23 p.m. Detective Monroe was reviewing a case file when her phone buzzed against the metal desk, sending vibrations through her coffee mug. "Monroe," she answered, already reaching for her coat at the urgency in the dispatcher's voice. "Detective, we have a situation. Rebecca Winters just walked into Maple Creek Cafe." The drive to the cafe took 7 minutes. Rain had intensified, drumming against the roof of the unmarked police car as Monroe parked haphazardly near the entrance. Through the streaked windows of the cafe, she could see Rebecca sitting calmly at a table, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of tea, looking puzzled at the attention she was receiving. Inside, Monroe found Trevor Mason standing guard near Rebecca's table, as though afraid she might vanish again if he looked away. The detective approached slowly, pulling a chair to sit across from the woman who had occupied her thoughts for 3 years. "Ms. Winters," Monroe began, her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. "I'm Detective Elaine Monroe. Do you know why I'm here?" Rebecca tilted her head slightly, confusion evident in her green eyes. "I'm sorry, should I? Is there some problem?" "Rebecca, you've been missing for 3 years." A soft laugh escaped Rebecca's lips, incredulous rather than amused. "I think there's been a mistake. I haven't been missing. I've been home the whole time." "Home?" Monroe removed a small notebook from her pocket, the pages slightly dampened from the rain. "Could you tell me where home is?" 114 Sycamore Lane, the blue house with the white shutters. I've lived there for nearly a decade. The pencil in Monroe's hand stilled. 114 Sycamore Lane had burned down in an electrical fire almost 2 years ago. The property had remained vacant, a charred skeleton surrounded by overgrown grass and police tape that neighbors eventually removed when it began to flutter sadly in the wind. "Rebecca, could you tell me what you did yesterday?" The woman's brow furrowed slightly as she considered the question. "I graded papers for my 3rd grade class, made a casserole for dinner, watched that new drama series everyone's been talking about, nothing special." "And today?" "I had the day off, school holiday. I did some reading, took a walk because the weather was nice until the rain started. Then I came here for tea, like I often do." Each word was delivered with such casual certainty that Monroe found herself almost believing them, despite knowing they couldn't possibly be true. Rebecca Winters' teaching position had been filled shortly after her disappearance. The school had held a memorial service where her students had released butterflies into the sky and planted a small garden in her honor. "Rebecca, would you be willing to come to the station with me? There are some things we need to clarify." A flicker of concern crossed Rebecca's face, but she nodded. "Of course, if it would help, should I call Michael to let him know?" Monroe hesitated. Michael Winters had moved to Colorado 18 months after his wife's disappearance, unable to bear the memories that haunted every corner of their shared home. The last update Monroe had received indicated he had started seeing someone, a gentle attempt to rebuild his shattered life. "We'll contact Michael," Monroe said softly. "Let's get you to the station first." The interview room at the Maple Creek Police Department was designed to be unthreatening soft beige walls, comfortable chairs, a window that looked out onto a small courtyard where officers occasionally took their lunch breaks. Detective Monroe had deliberately chosen this room rather than the standard interrogation space with its intimidating metal table and two-way mirror. Rebecca sat with perfect posture, hands folded neatly on the table. She had agreed to fingerprinting without protest, and now they waited for confirmation of what Monroe already knew. This was indeed Rebecca Winters. "Am I in some kind of trouble?" Rebecca asked, breaking the silence. "No, not at all," Monroe assured her. "We're just trying to understand what happened." "Nothing happened, that's what I'm trying to tell you." The door opened and Officer Jenkins entered with a manila folder. He nodded almost imperceptibly at Monroe before leaving. The fingerprints matched. "Rebecca," Monroe began carefully, "the house at 114 Sycamore Lane burned down 20 months ago. There's nothing there but a foundation now." For the first time, Rebecca's composure faltered. "That's not possible. I was there this morning. I made coffee in my kitchen. I sat on my porch swing." "Your teaching position at Elmwood Elementary was filled in January 2022. Patricia Hansen has been teaching your class for almost 3 years." "No, that's not. I was just there yesterday. My students are working on their state projects. Emma just finished her poster board on California." Monroe slid her phone across the table, open to a calendar displaying the date. "It's October 17th, 2024, Rebecca. You disappeared in November 2021. Rebecca stared at the phone, her fingers hovering over the screen as though afraid to touch it. "That's not possible," she whispered, but the certainty in her voice had begun to crack. "Where have you been for the past 3 years?" "Home," she insisted, but her voice trembled. "I've been home." The medical examination revealed nothing unusual. Rebecca Winters was in perfect health, showing no signs of trauma, malnourishment, or restraint. Her body bore no new scars, no evidence of injury or surgical procedures. According to the physician, Rebecca's physical condition was consistent with a healthy woman of 35, exactly as she had been when she disappeared. Most puzzling was the clothing. The blue cardigan, the jeans, even the small silver earrings, all identical to what she had been wearing when she vanished. The department sent the items for analysis, but preliminary results showed normal wear consistent with regular use. The cardigan's left sleeve was slightly frayed at the cuff, matching the description in the original missing persons report. Michael Winters arrived 27 hours after Rebecca was found. He had boarded the first available flight, his face haggard from the overnight journey and the shock of the news. Detective Monroe met him in the station lobby, noting the way his eyes darted anxiously around the room. "Is it really her?" he asked without greeting, his voice barely above a whisper. "The fingerprints match. DNA confirmation is still pending, but yes, we believe it's Rebecca." Michael sank into a chair, running his hands through hair that had more gray than Monroe remembered. "Has she said what happened, where she's been?" "That's the complicated part, Michael. She insists she was never missing. According to Rebecca, she's been living in your house on Sycamore Lane all this time, teaching at Elmwood, living her normal life." "The house that burned down," Michael asked incredulously. "The job that was filled years ago?" Monroe nodded. "We've had a psychologist speaking with her. The current theory is a rare form of dissociative fugue combined with false memory creation. But it doesn't explain where she's been physically all this time or why she hasn't aged." The reunion between husband and wife took place in the same beige interview room. Monroe observed through the two-way mirror, watching as Rebecca's face transformed with relief at the sight of Michael, then shifted to confusion as she noticed the changes in him, the gray hair, the new lines around his eyes, the wedding band notably absent from his finger. "You look different," she said, reaching hesitantly for his hand across the table. Michael's eyes filled with tears. "It's been 3 years, Becca." "People keep saying that, but it doesn't make sense. I saw you yesterday morning. You kissed me goodbye before work. You were wearing your blue tie, the one with the tiny sailboats." Michael's breath caught. "I got rid of that tie after you disappeared. I couldn't look at it anymore." Over the following days, more details emerged, or rather, more questions. Rebecca's memories of the past 3 years were complete and detailed. She could describe weather patterns that matched historical records, news events she shouldn't have known about, developments in her students' lives that had indeed occurred. Yet she had no memory of where she had physically been, no explanation for how she could have observed these things. Most disturbing was her insistence that she had been home, a home that no longer existed. When finally taken to Sycamore Lane, Rebecca stood before the vacant lot in stunned silence, staring at the charred foundation still visible through the overgrown weeds. "I don't understand," she whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. "I was just here. My books were on the shelf. My grandmother's quilt was on the bed." The case of Rebecca Winters remained officially open. Theories abounded: a sophisticated hoax, an elaborate case of identity theft, a twin or doppelganger with implanted memories. Each was investigated and dismissed for lack of evidence. Medical science could not explain how Rebecca had remained physically unchanged for 3 years, nor could psychology fully account for her detailed, accurate memories of events she couldn't have witnessed. Michael eventually returned to Colorado, to the new life he had painstakingly built. Rebecca stayed in Maple Creek, living in a small apartment paid for by the documentary film company that had become fascinated with her case. Sometimes, residents reported seeing her walking through town in the early morning hours, moving with purpose toward a destination that no longer existed. Most disturbing were the reports from those who lived near the burned lot on Sycamore Lane. On quiet nights, they sometimes heard the creak of a porch swing where no swing had hung for years. Occasionally, passing cars would illuminate the empty property, and drivers would glimpse what appeared to be a woman in a blue cardigan, sitting on steps that had long ago been reduced to ash, waiting patiently for something or someone to return. And on rare, still evenings, if one stood at just the right angle and squinted against the setting sun, the charred foundation seemed to shimmer and shift, revealing for just a moment the ghostly outline of a blue house with white shutters, a home that existed somewhere between memory and reality, housing a woman who was never truly missing, but who could never fully return. Story 2, the old house had been abandoned for decades. When the new owners moved in, they found a notebook on the kitchen counter. Every page listed something personal about them: favorite foods, past addresses, childhood memories. The last entry was written in fresh ink: "I can't wait to meet you." The Jacobson family didn't notice the notebook at first. The excitement of moving day had them preoccupied with boxes and furniture placement, the familiar chaos of transition. Evening had settled over their new Victorian home in Wisteria Falls when Sarah Jacobson finally paused, her fingertips brushing against the worn leather cover as she cleared the kitchen counter. The house creaked around her, settling into the cool autumn night as she opened the first page. Detective Alina Mendez tapped her pen methodically against her notepad, the gentle rhythm echoing in the hushed interview room of the Wisteria Falls Police Department. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting the Jacobsons in a pallid glow that emphasized the dark circles under their eyes. They hadn't slept well since finding the notebook 3 days ago. Take your time, Alina said, her voice calm and measured. Tell me again about the entries. David Jacobson leaned forward, his coffee untouched and cooling in the paper cup before him. It had everything, things no stranger should know. My childhood address in Cleveland, the name of Sarah's first pet, our daughter Lily's favorite breakfast cinnamon pancakes with extra syrup, but only on the right side of the plate, the way she insists on it. The detective nodded, writing nothing, simply absorbing. Outside, rain began to patter against the windows, a soft percussion accompanying their conversation. And you're certain the house was empty when you purchased it. For 20 years, Sarah confirmed, her fingers intertwined tightly in her lap. The real estate agent said the previous owner died in 1999. No relatives came forward. The property went to the county. Alina's eyes narrowed slightly, and the final entry written in fresh ink. That's what disturbed us most, David said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Someone had been in our house, someone who knew us but whom we didn't know. The case file grew slowly over the following weeks, expanding like the damp that crept through the corners of the old Victorian house during rainy nights. Detective Mendez established a timeline. The house had indeed been vacant since Elijah Thorne, a retired history professor, had passed away quietly in his sleep. No break-ins had been reported. The real estate company had changed the locks only once, when they listed the property 6 months ago. Officer Luis Ramirez conducted interviews throughout the neighborhood, his recorder capturing the ambient sounds of suburban life, distant lawnmowers, wind chimes, children playing as he collected statements. Mrs. Henderson across the street had lived there 40 years. Strange man Thorne was, never married, always watching from his window, had a habit of writing in little notebooks, said he was documenting life as it passed by. The revelation that Elijah Thorne had been a prolific note-taker shifted the investigation's direction. Alina spent a Thursday afternoon in the county archives, the scent of old paper and dust filling her nostrils as she pored over his personal effects. Dozens of notebooks filled with observations of neighbors, cataloging their comings and goings, their habits and routines. Nothing illegal, merely the observations of a lonely man with too much time and too little connection. But none of it explained the notebook the Jacobsons had found. We've swept the house twice, Alina told her captain, the evening shadows lengthening across his office as the sun set. No hidden cameras, no listening devices, but someone knew things about this family before they even moved in. On the 23rd day of the investigation, Lily Jacobson, age 9, mentioned something to her mother that changed everything. The lady in the attic told me those are her notebooks. She's been writing in them forever. Sarah felt the blood drain from her face. What lady, sweetheart? The one who comes out at night. She told me not to tell. She said she's just curious about people. The police returned that evening. The attic door, hidden behind a wardrobe in the upstairs hallway, had gone unnoticed during previous searches. The hinges protested with a long, sorrowful creak as Alina pushed it open, her flashlight beam cutting through decades of undisturbed darkness. In the far corner, beneath the sloped ceiling where the roof came down almost to the floor, they found a small living space. A thin mattress, a hot plate, a bucket, and dozens of notebooks stacked in neat chronological order. "My God," whispered Officer Ramirez beside her, "someone's been living here the whole time." The last notebook contained newspaper clippings about the Jacobsons, their wedding announcement from 7 years ago, a small article about David's promotion at the bank, a a school photo of Lily from her previous elementary school's website, and a detailed account of how Margaret Thorne, Elijah's daughter, whose existence appeared in no public record, had watched the Jacobsons tour the house 3 times before buying it. How she had listened through the heating vents as they discussed which bedroom would be Lily's. How she had slipped out at night to visit their old apartment, watching through windows, collecting discarded mail from their trash. "She's not here now," Alina said, her flashlight sweeping the confined space once more, "but she can't have gone far." The Jacobsons stayed in a hotel that night, a patrol car stationed outside. Alina returned to the station, the weight of the investigation pressing down on her shoulders as she reviewed the evidence under the solitary pool of her desk lamp. Every surface in the attic living space had been dusted for prints. The notebooks had been catalogued and sealed in evidence bags. Soon they would have an identity, a face, a person to search for. As she was leaving, her phone rang. The night desk officer's voice was tense. "Detective, there's someone here asking for you. Says her name is Margaret Thorne." The woman sat motionless in the interview room, her gray hair falling in a neat curtain around a face that had seen little sunlight. Her posture was perfect, her clothes clean but decades out of style. She smiled politely as Alina entered. "I understand you've been looking for me," Margaret said, her voice surprisingly melodic. "I thought it would be simpler if I introduced myself properly." "You've been living in that house since your father died," Alina stated, not a question. Margaret's smile remained unchanged. "He didn't die, detective. That was the story we agreed upon. It's easier to observe people when they think no one is watching." The room seemed to grow colder. "Your father is alive." "Oh yes, he's quite elderly now, 97 last month. He stays in the basement. The entrance is behind the furnace. You didn't find that either." She tilted her head slightly. "We've watched 7 families come and go over the years, none as interesting as the Jacobsons." Alina's training kept her face neutral, though her pulse quickened. "Why them?" "Lily," Margaret said simply. "She's like us. She sees things, notices patterns. We want to teach her." The case concluded with no arrests, technically. No laws against living undetected in your own home existed, as the property had never legally transferred ownership. A clerical error at the county level had declared Elijah Thorne dead when he'd merely been hospitalized briefly in 1999. Upon discharge, he and his daughter had simply disappeared into their own house, becoming silent observers of the rotating cast of occupants who believed they owned the Victorian on Maple Street. The Jacobsons never returned to the house. They couldn't after learning of the hidden passages between the walls, the one-way mirrors installed in bathroom medicine cabinets, the listening devices in light fixtures. The place was sold at auction, all disclosures properly filed this time. Detective Alina Mendez drives past the old Victorian sometimes on her way home from late shifts. The new owners seem happy there, unaware that somewhere in town, Margaret and Elijah Thorne are perhaps starting new notebooks, documenting new lives, choosing their next home with care and patience. And sometimes, Alina wonders if they're watching her too, if her habits and preferences are being meticulously recorded in a leather-bound journal, waiting for the day when she might find it placed carefully on her kitchen counter, with those 5 chilling words written in fresh ink. "I can't wait to meet you." Story 3. The morning fog settled over Millfield like a whisper, clinging to the edges of the town square where autumn leaves gathered in damp clusters. Located in the valley, surrounded by hills that seemed to cradle the town in perpetual twilight, Millfield was known for exactly one thing, the Festival of Reflections. Detective Sarah Pierce had never attended before, despite growing up just 2 counties over. Now, leaning against her car door, she watched as festival preparations began, banners being strung between street lamps, wooden booths assembled with unhurried precision, and locals exchanging nods of recognition as they passed. There was something in the air besides the fog, a weight, a presentiment that hadn't been there when she'd received the first puzzling report 3 days ago. What had initially seemed like a paranoid tourist complaint had morphed into something that kept her awake at night, flipping through case notes until the lamp beside her bed cast long shadows across her bedroom walls. "They all have doubles," the witness had said, voice steady despite the outlandish claim. "Everyone in town has someone who looks exactly like them. They say it's masks for the festival, but I've seen them up close. Those aren't masks." The gentle scrape of shoes on wet pavement pulled Sarah from her thoughts. Sheriff Tom Hayden approached, coffee cup steaming in his weathered hand. His badge caught what little sunlight penetrated the mist. "Didn't expect state police to take an interest in our little celebration," he said, offering her a cup from his other hand. The porcelain was warm against her cold fingers. "Just following up on an unusual report," Sarah replied, her voice deliberately casual. "Tourists said some concerning things about your festival." Sheriff Hayden's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "People don't understand our traditions. The Festival of Reflections dates back to the 1860s. Each resident creates or commissions a likeness, originally wooden masks, now silicone. Very realistic. It's a form of self-reflection." Sarah nodded, sipping the coffee. It tasted of cinnamon and something unfamiliar, slightly bitter at the back of her throat. "Would you mind showing me around?" she asked. The town was small, 4 main streets forming a grid around the central square. As they walked, Sarah noted the details that didn't appear in photographs. The way certain buildings leaned slightly toward each other, how the church bell tower's shadow always seemed to fall across the town hall steps regardless of the sun's position, the identical ceramic ravens perched above each doorway. "Those are new," she remarked, pointing to the birds. "Protection symbols," Sheriff Hayden replied without elaboration. They passed a row of shops, each with proprietors arranging displays in windows. Sarah paused at a dress shop where mannequins wore garments of a distinctly old-fashioned cut. A woman inside adjusted a flowing gown on a faceless form, then turned toward the window. Behind her, partially visible through a doorway to a back room, stood what appeared to be the woman herself, same height, build, hair motionless, watching. The shopkeeper raised her hand in greeting, a slow, deliberate movement that made Sarah's skin prickle with unease. "That's Ellen Marsh," Sheriff Hayden said, 3rd-generation shopkeeper. Her grandmother started the place. "And in the back?" Sarah asked quietly. "Just her festival double. We all keep them year-round now. Traditions changed over time." As they continued their tour, Sarah observed more of these doubles standing in shadows, sitting in back rooms, always partially obscured yet unmistakably present. She made notes in her small leather-bound notebook, the scratch of her pen against paper providing comfort in its normalcy. The county records office was housed in a stone building with narrow windows and floors that groaned under their weight. The clerk, a thin man whose spectacles magnified his eyes to unsettling proportions, retrieved the records of population statistics Sarah had requested. Interesting, she murmured, trailing her finger down columns of numbers. Your population has remained exactly 512 for over 40 years. No variation at all. Perfect equilibrium, the clerk replied, his voice as dry as the pages she turned. For every birth, a death. For every arrival, a departure. And tourism, Sarah asked. Visitors come for the festival. Some stay longer than others. Sarah spent the afternoon reviewing missing persons reports from surrounding counties. There was no pattern immediately apparent: different ages, genders, backgrounds. The only commonality was timing. Each disappearance occurred within 2 weeks after the Festival of Reflections, spread over decades, never enough from one place or time to trigger suspicion. Just isolated cases that would now be covered in dust in various county archives. As dusk approached, the town's transformation accelerated. Residents emerged from homes with their doubles, perfect silicone replicas, according to Sheriff Hayden, though Sarah had yet to examine one up close. The pairs moved in curious synchronicity, preparing for the evening's festivities. You should stay for the opening ceremony, Sheriff Hayden suggested, appearing beside her as she sat on a bench reviewing her notes. It's quite something to witness. The town square filled as darkness fell. Lanterns were lit, casting a golden glow over the gathering. Sarah positioned herself at the edge of the crowd, observing as residents and their doubles formed concentric circles. From somewhere, music began, a single violin at first, joined gradually by other strings, creating a melody that seemed to twist and turn upon itself. The outer circle began to move clockwise, the inner counterclockwise. As they passed each other, residents and doubles would exchange places so seamlessly that Sarah found it increasingly difficult to track who was who. The music intensified, the circles moved faster, and the detective felt a strange dizziness overtake her. A soft voice spoke beside her. Disorienting, isn't it? Sarah turned to find a young woman, perhaps in her late 20s, watching the ceremony with obvious detachment. I'm Emma, the woman said, not from here originally. When did you arrive? Sarah asked. 3 years ago, came for the festival like everyone does at first. Emma's eyes never left the circles. I was researching folklore for my dissertation, planned to stay 3 days. But you're still here. Emma nodded slowly. Once you understand, it's hard to leave. Understand what? The young woman finally turned to Sarah, her expression unreadable in the flickering light. The festival isn't about doubles, it's about replacement. A chill ran through Sarah that had nothing to do with the evening air. Replacement. They need new blood the town sustains itself by. Replacing one visitor each festival, selected carefully, usually someone who won't be immediately missed. Sarah's hand moved instinctively toward her concealed weapon. Are you saying they're kidnapping people? Emma's laugh was hollow. No, detective, it's something else entirely. They don't take people against their will. They offer a choice, a new life, a perfect reflection of yourself, but unburdened. The circles continued their rotation, faster now. Sarah noticed that some doubles moved with more fluidity than their human counterparts, while some residents showed the slight stiffness she had attributed to the doubles. How do you know all this? Sarah asked, her voice barely audible above the music. Because I was given the choice. Emma's eyes reflected the lantern light. 3 years ago, I stood in that circle. My double stood across from me, perfect in every way, but without my childhood traumas, without my fears, without the weight I'd carried my whole life. And you chose to stay as yourself, Sarah concluded. Emma's silence was answer enough. As the ceremony reached its crescendo, Sheriff Hayden approached through the crowd, a figure following close behind him. In the dancing light, Sarah could see it was his double, or perhaps he was the double. Their faces matched perfectly, down to the slight asymmetry of the sheriff's smile. "Enjoying our little tradition, detective?" they asked in unison. Sarah stepped back, suddenly aware of how the crowd had shifted to surround her. Dozens of identical pairs of eyes watched with interest. Her coffee cup from earlier that day felt very far away now, though the bitter aftertaste suddenly made perfect sense. "The festival continues for 3 more days, Sheriff Hayden said, his voice now coming only from one of the 2 identical figures. "By tradition, we extend an invitation to 1 visitor each year, to reflect, to choose." The double extended its hand. "We've prepared a place for you in the circle, Detective Pierce, and we've prepared someone else as well, someone who looks just like you, but perhaps sees things differently." From between the watchers, a figure emerged, Sarah's height, Sarah's face, Sarah's walk, but the eyes that met hers held something her own never had, perfect, unburdened peace. The music slowed, the circles parted, and a space opened for them both. The choice was hers to make, and as the festival had shown for over a century, many found the offer of becoming someone else or allowing someone else to become them impossible to refuse. The strangers who looked just like them weren't strangers at all. They were possibilities, reflections of what might have been or what might yet be. And in Millfield, where the population remained perfectly, impossibly stable year after year, the difference between original and copy had long since ceased to matter. What mattered was only who chose to stay and who chose to leave their life behind. Story 4, the late afternoon sunlight filtered through dust-coated windows, casting long shadows across the living room. Specks of dust danced in the golden beams, undisturbed, as if time itself had paused within these walls. Rebecca Morgan stepped carefully across the threshold, her leather shoes making a soft tapping sound against the hardwood floor. 23 years in real estate had taught her to read houses like books, but this one spoke in whispers she couldn't quite decipher. The house at 47 Oakwood Lane stood frozen in time. A dining table set for 4, plates with the remnants of what appeared to be spaghetti dinner, hardened beyond recognition. A newspaper splayed open on the coffee table, its date faded but still visible, June 12, 2004. The television remote positioned perfectly on the armrest of a worn leather couch, everything in its place as if waiting for owners who never returned. "The utilities have been kept on all these years," explained Walter, the property manager who had called her in. His voice was low, almost reverent in the stillness of the abandoned home. "The bank kept paying. No one noticed until the trust fund ran out last month." Rebecca ran her finger along a shelf, collecting a thick layer of dust. "And no one's been here in all this time." Walter shook his head slowly. "Not officially. The neighbors say kids sometimes dare each other to peek through the windows. They call it the ghost house. But until today, no one stepped inside since 2004. As Rebecca moved through the house, the sensation of intrusion grew stronger. In the kitchen, unwashed coffee mugs sat in the sink. A child's math homework was pinned to the refrigerator with a magnet shaped like the state of Colorado, a large red A scrawled across the top. A calendar hung on the wall, June 2004, with dentist appointments and soccer practices carefully noted in blue ink. Detective Liam Harris arrived 40 minutes after Rebecca's call. He moved differently than she did, with purpose rather than caution, his notepad already in hand as he stepped inside. The afternoon had deepened into evening, and he flicked on lights as he went, illuminating spaces that had known only darkness for 2 decades. "The Winters family," he murmured, reading from a file he'd pulled up on his phone. Thomas and Elaine, with their children, Lucy, 11, and James, 9, reported missing June 13, 2004, by Thomas's employer when he failed to show up for an important presentation. The detective moved methodically through the rooms, his pen scratching against paper. Bank accounts untouched, vehicles left in the garage, passports found in the home office lockbox. He glanced at Rebecca. Classic indicators of foul play, except. "Except what?" she asked, wrapping her arms around herself against a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Except there were no signs of struggle, no evidence of violence, and the investigation found nothing, no bodies, no ransom demands, no witnesses who saw anything unusual." He tapped his pen against his notepad. It was as if they simply vanished. In the children's rooms, the mystery deepened. Lucy's room was painted lavender, posters of early 2000s pop stars decorating the walls. A diary sat on her nightstand, locked, the key nowhere to be found. James's room featured space-themed wallpaper and shelves lined with model rockets. A Game Boy Advance lay on his unmade bed, the screen dark and silent. The original investigators thought it might be a cult, Detective Harris explained as they stood in the upstairs hallway. The house creaked around them, settling into the night. Thomas had recently been engaging with an online spiritual group, but they tracked down the group just harmless meditation enthusiasts. Rebecca opened the door to the master bedroom. The king-sized bed was made, but there were indentations where someone had sat on the edge. A novel rested on one nightstand, a bookmark placed halfway through. On the other, a pair of reading glasses and a half-empty glass of water, the water long evaporated, leaving a ring of mineral deposits. "What about family, friends?" Rebecca asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Both Thomas and Elaine were only children. His parents had passed away. Hers lived in Australia and hadn't spoken to her in years following some kind of falling out. Friends reported nothing unusual, though one mentioned that Thomas had seemed preoccupied in the weeks before they disappeared. In the walk-in closet, clothes hung neatly, shoes lined up below. Elaine's jewelry box sat on a small vanity, containing modest pieces, nothing extraordinarily valuable missing or left behind. Thomas's side held suits and casual wear with a row of polished dress shoes. Everything in its place, waiting for owners who never returned. The bathroom told a similar story. Toothbrushes in a cup, prescription medications in the cabinet, antidepressants prescribed to Elaine, allergy medication for Lucy. A damp towel that had long since dried, stiff and slightly moldy, draped over the shower rod. As night fell completely, Detective Harris and Rebecca descended to the basement. The air was cooler here, damper. A finished recreation room held a pool table, the balls frozen mid-game. A door led to Thomas's workshop, tools hanging on a pegboard, a project involving a birdhouse left unfinished on the workbench. "The strangest thing," Detective Harris said, his flashlight beam catching dust motes in its path, "is what they didn't take. No clothing packed, no toiletries missing. Both family cars in the garage. Not even their wallets or Elaine's purse were taken. In the far corner of the basement, a second door, heavy, metal, and locked, drew their attention. It hadn't been on the house plans filed with the city. The original investigation had noted it, but after obtaining a warrant and breaking the lock, they'd found only an empty storage room with concrete walls. "May I?" Rebecca asked, gesturing to the door. Detective Harris nodded. "It's not sealed as evidence anymore. Case went cold years ago." The lock was old, rusted. Rebecca used a set of master keys provided by the bank, trying several before finding one that turned with difficulty. The door swung open with a low groan. The room beyond was small, maybe 8 by 10 feet. Concrete walls, floor, and ceiling. Empty except for one thing, a circle drawn in what looked like black marker on the floor, about 6 feet in diameter. Within the circle, strange symbols were written in a language Rebecca didn't recognize. "That wasn't in the case file," Detective Harris said quietly, his brow furrowed as he stepped closer, careful not to touch the markings. There was nothing in this room when they checked it in 2004. Rebecca felt a chill run down her spine. Could someone have broken in and drawn this recently? Possibly, but the lock didn't look tampered with, and how would they have relocked it from the outside? They stood in silence, contemplating the circle with its arcane symbols. Finally, Detective Harris took photos with his phone and made notes in his pad. "I'll have the department reopen the case. This is new evidence." As they climbed the stairs back to the main floor, Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching them, waiting, perhaps, for the return of its rightful inhabitants. In the dining room, she paused by the table with its abandoned meal, imagining the family sitting there on their last normal evening. "What do you think happened to them?" she asked. Detective Harris closed his notebook and slipped it into his pocket. "Officially, it remains an unsolved disappearance." He hesitated. "Unofficially, in 27 years of police work, I've never seen anything like this. People don't just vanish without taking anything, without leaving signs of coercion." "Unless they didn't expect to be gone for long," Rebecca suggested. "Or they didn't have a choice about what to bring." "Or," the detective said softly, "they went somewhere where they wouldn't need any of it." Later that night, after the detective had left and Rebecca had locked up the house, she sat in her car for a long moment, staring at the darkened windows of 47 Oakwood Lane. The house stood silent against the night sky, its secrets held tight within its walls. Tomorrow there would be reports to file, inquiries to make. The case of the Winters family would be reopened, headlines would be written, theories proposed. But tonight, in the stillness, Rebecca couldn't help but wonder about that circle in the basement, those strange symbols, and what might have happened on that ordinary June evening 20 years ago when a family of 4 sat down to dinner, and then, somehow, stepped out of this world without packing a single bag. In the following weeks, the investigation would yield no new answers. The symbols would be identified as an ancient language predating recorded history. Scholars would debate their meaning, but reach no consensus. The circle, when tested, would show traces of organic material that couldn't be identified by any known database. And 47 Oakwood Lane would remain empty, a monument to an unsolved mystery, a house waiting for occupants who had moved out without packing, who had left for a destination unknown, perhaps never intending to return to the world they once called home. Story 5. The hospital had closed a decade ago, but the building still stood empty, decayed, forgotten. When urban explorers broke in, they found one room still occupied, a hospital bed, an IV stand, a chart at the foot of the bed. The last patient's name was written in shaky handwriting. It was one of the explorers' names. Detective Sarah Mercer stood in the doorway of room 207, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. The abandoned Westlake Memorial Hospital had been without heat for years, yet something about this particular room felt colder than the rest. Her fingers traced the peeling paint on the doorframe as she took in the scene before her. The room was untouched by the usual vandalism that plagued abandoned buildings. No graffiti, no broken windows, just a fine layer of dust covering everything except the patient chart. "Tell me again what happened," she said, her voice soft but clear in the stillness. The beam of her flashlight illuminated the hospital bed, its sheets pulled taut in a way that suggested recent attention. Officer Davis flipped open his notepad, the paper crinkling softly in the quiet room. 5 urban explorers came in yesterday evening around 7. They've been documenting abandoned buildings for their social media channel. When they reached this floor, they split up to cover more ground. Michael Chen, age 26, was the one who found this room. Sarah's light moved to the patient chart that hung from the foot of the bed. The name Michael Chen was written there in an unsteady hand, the ink a deep blue that stood out against the yellowed paper. "And where is Mr. Chen now?" Sarah asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Missing," Davis replied. The others waited for him at their meeting point for over an hour. When he didn't show, they came looking. They found this room exactly as we see it now, with his name on the chart. No sign of Chen himself. Sarah approached the bed slowly, her shoes making soft sounds against the linoleum floor. The IV stand beside the bed held an empty bag, its tube dangling toward the mattress. She leaned closer, narrowing her eyes at a small discoloration on the sheets, a single droplet of something dark that had dried long ago. "Have CSI photograph everything," she said. "I want prints from every surface in this room." As Davis stepped out to relay her instructions, Sarah felt a subtle shift in the air, as if the room itself was breathing. She turned slowly, scanning the space with methodical precision. The walls were a pale green, institutional and impersonal. A small cabinet stood in the corner, its door slightly ajar. A metal chair was positioned beside the bed, angled as if someone had recently risen from it. The hospital records had been transferred when Westlake closed, but Sarah knew they would need to track down who had occupied room 207 during the hospital's final days. The coincidence of Chen's name appearing on that chart was too specific to be random vandalism. By morning, the initial investigation had yielded few answers, but several unsettling questions. The fingerprints found in the room belonged primarily to Chen and his friends, with a few unidentified partials that could have been from hospital staff years ago. The handwriting on the chart didn't match any of the explorers. Sarah sat in her office, the glow of her computer screen illuminating her face as she scrolled through digitized hospital records. Westlake Memorial had closed in 2014 after a series of malpractice suits and financial troubles. Its final months had been chaotic understaffed shifts, missing medication, and a handful of unexplained patient deaths that never quite rose to the level of criminal investigation. A gentle knock at her door broke her concentration. "I found something you should see," said Davis, placing a thin file folder on her desk. "The last patient in room 207 before the hospital closed." Sarah opened the folder and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the office temperature. The patient's name was Alan Winters, admitted for late-stage pancreatic cancer. His attending physician had been Dr. Richard Chen. "Any relation to our missing explorer?" she asked. Davis nodded slowly. Dr. Chen was Michael's uncle. He lost his medical license after Winters died under suspicious circumstances. The autopsy showed lethal levels of morphine. The pieces began to align in Sarah's mind, forming a picture that was both logical and deeply disturbing. She picked up her phone and dialed the number for Michael Chen's parents. His mother answered on the third ring, her voice heavy with worry. After expressing her sympathies about Michael's disappearance, Sarah asked the question that had been forming since she saw the file. "Mrs. Chen, did Michael ever mention his uncle's work at Westlake Memorial?" A long pause followed, filled with the soft sound of breathing. "Michael was obsessed with clearing his uncle's name," she finally said. "Richard maintained his innocence until he died last month. He always said that someone else had administered that final dose to Mr. Winters, that he was being framed." By evening, Sarah had assembled a more complete picture. Dr. Chen had died 4 weeks earlier, and in the days that followed, Michael had become increasingly focused on investigating his uncle's case. His urban exploration videos had shifted from general abandonment to specifically targeting closed medical facilities. Westlake Memorial was the culmination of his search. Sarah returned to the hospital as dusk settled, bringing with her a small team and Michael's 4 friends. The building seemed to watch them as they made their way through the decaying corridors, shadows stretching from corners where the flashlights couldn't quite reach. "This was supposed to be just another video," said Emma, one of the explorers. "But Michael was acting strange from the moment we got here. He kept checking a piece of paper like he was looking for something specific." When they reached room 207 again, Sarah noticed something she had missed during her first visit. A small scuff mark on the floor near the cabinet, as if it had been moved recently. With gloved hands, she pulled the cabinet away from the wall, revealing a narrow service door. The door opened with a reluctant groan, exposing a maintenance passage. The beam of Sarah's flashlight revealed footprints in the dust, leading deeper into the building's forgotten spaces. The passage wound through the hospital's skeleton, eventually opening into a small room that must have once been a storage closet. Inside, they found a makeshift desk, a piece of plywood balanced on milk crates covered with papers, and a laptop computer. And there was Michael Chen slumped over the desk, unconscious but alive. The hospital records scattered across the desk told a story that had been buried for a decade. Alan Winters hadn't been the victim of Dr. Chen's malpractice. He had been witness to something else entirely. Notes in Winters' own handwriting detailed late-night visits from a hospital administrator, unusual changes to his medication, and conversations he had overheard about insurance fraud and experimental treatments. Michael Chen had been following his uncle's final instructions, searching for evidence that had been hidden away when investigations into the hospital had begun. What he hadn't anticipated was that someone else was watching the hospital to someone who had a vested interest in keeping old secrets buried. The toxicology report would later show that Michael had been drugged with the same combination of sedatives that had been found in several patients who died during Westlake's final months. The administrator, now a respected healthcare executive, had been alerted to the break-in by motion sensors he had installed years ago to protect against precisely this kind of discovery. As dawn broke over the city, Sarah watched as paramedics loaded Michael into an ambulance. He would recover, and the evidence he had found would reopen not just his uncle's case, but an investigation into multiple deaths that had been attributed to hospital negligence. The patient chart from room 207 now sat in an evidence bag on the seat beside her. The handwriting, they would later confirm, belonged to the former administrator, a message and a warning that had backfired. By trying to frighten the explorers away, he had instead confirmed that there was something worth finding. Sarah's phone rang, displaying her captain's number. As she answered, she took one last look at the hospital's silhouette against the morning sky. The building seemed smaller somehow, less ominous now that its secrets were beginning to come to light. But even as the case moved toward resolution, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that had settled over her in room 207, the sensation that some spaces retain the echo of what has happened within their walls, an invisible record of pain and truth that waits patiently to be discovered. Some patients never truly check out, and some stories refuse to be discharged into silence. Story 6, in the quiet town of Millfield, Massachusetts, where autumn leaves cascaded like copper rain across historic brick buildings, the Harrison Public Library stood as a monument to time itself. Built in 1887, its weathered stone facade and stained glass windows had witnessed generations of readers come and go. But on October 17, 2023, the library witnessed something else entirely, something that would transform its reputation from a sanctuary of knowledge to a scene of disturbing mystery. Rebecca Thorne, a 32-year-old doctoral candidate in literature, had driven from Boston to Millfield that Tuesday afternoon. Her research on obscure New England folklore had led her to the Harrison Library's special collections, a trove of regional histories and manuscripts not digitized or available elsewhere. The library's head archivist, Martin Groves, had approved her visit by email, scheduling her appointment for 3 p.m. The security footage, grainy and washed out, showed Rebecca entering the library at 2:47 p.m. She wore a navy blue peacoat, her auburn hair tucked beneath a burgundy knit cap, a leather messenger bag slung across her body. She paused at the front desk, exchanged words with the librarian on duty, and then followed directions toward the special collections room in the library's east wing. This was the last confirmed sighting of Rebecca Thorne. At 6:32 p.m., Elaine Winters, the librarian responsible for closing procedures, noted that the lights in the special collections room were still on. The library was closing in 28 minutes. She made her way through the main reading room, down the narrow corridor lined with portraits of past library directors, and knocked gently on the heavy oak door of the special collections. When no one answered, she used her master key to enter. The room was empty. Rebecca's notebook lay open on the large oak table, a half-finished cup of tea beside it. Her peacoat hung neatly on the coat rack by the door, but Rebecca herself was nowhere to be found. "I remember feeling immediately that something was wrong," Elaine would later tell Detective Marcus Reed. "The room has only one door, the one I came through. There's no other way out, no other entrance. The windows are original to the building, with ornate iron security bars. They don't open more than a few inches." A thorough search of the library revealed nothing. Rebecca's car, a silver 2018 Honda Civic, remained in the parking lot. Her phone was discovered in her coat pocket, its battery dead. The last text she'd sent was to her roommate at 3:22 p.m. "This place is incredible. Found some fascinating material on the Blackwood legends. Might be late getting back." Detective Reed arrived at 7:15 p.m. A soft-spoken man with 23 years on the force, Reed had investigated missing persons cases before, but never one that defied physical explanation. "People don't just vanish from locked rooms," he told his partner as they examined the special collections. "There has to be a rational explanation." The security system at Harrison Library was outdated. Cameras monitored the main entrance, the parking lot, and the rare book section, but not the special collections room itself. The footage showed Rebecca entering the library but never leaving. As days passed, the investigation broadened. Rebecca's laptop, recovered from her apartment in Boston, revealed extensive research into local legends, particularly the story of Elizabeth Blackwood, a woman accused of witchcraft in 1692 who reportedly escaped execution by walking through walls. Rebecca had been particularly interested in Blackwood's journal, rumored to be part of the Harrison Library's collection. She had been asking about the Blackwood journal, Martin Groves confirmed when interviewed. The elderly archivist's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. "I told her we didn't have it cataloged, but there were several uncatalogued boxes from that period she was welcome to examine." A week into the investigation, Detective Reed made a discovery that sent a chill through the investigation team. While reviewing security footage from previous days, he noticed Rebecca had visited the library before 3 times in the past month, though she had only officially requested access to special collections once. More disturbing still were the photographs found in Rebecca's research notes. Polaroid images of the library's interior spaces, angles and perspectives that seemed impossible, corridors that staff members couldn't identify, rooms that didn't appear on any floor plan. On the back of one photo, Rebecca had written, "The architecture shifts when no one is watching." Then came the most unsettling development. During a thorough search of the special collections room, crime scene technician Paula Martinez noticed something odd about the bookshelf covering the east wall. "The measurements didn't add up," she explained. The internal dimensions of the room were approximately 8 feet shorter than the external measurements would suggest. Careful examination revealed a hidden door seamlessly integrated into the bookshelf. It had no handle, no visible mechanism, just a small indentation where decades of fingers had worn away the wood's finish. When pressed, the section swung inward, revealing a narrow passageway extending into darkness. The passage led to a small, windowless room that, according to all official building plans, should not have existed. Inside, they found a desk, a chair, and walls covered with photographs, hundreds of them, spanning decades. Photos of library patrons, staff members, visitors. And among them, dozens of photos of Rebecca Thorne taken from angles she couldn't possibly have recognized. In the center of the desk sat a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. The name Elizabeth Blackwood was inscribed on the cover in faded ink. The journal was open to an entry dated September 9, 1692. "I have found the way between spaces. The library holds the key. When the walls shift, a path appears. Those who follow never return as they were." But of Rebecca Thorne herself, there was no trace. No fingerprints in the hidden room, no DNA evidence, no sign of struggle or violence. Nothing to indicate what had happened after she discovered the passage, or if she had discovered it at all. The case remains officially open. The Harrison Public Library was temporarily closed for renovations, though some locals whisper that the construction crews were really searching for other hidden passages. When it reopened 3 months later, the special collections had been relocated to the main floor and the east wing permanently sealed off. Detective Reed still visits the library occasionally during quiet hours when few patrons are present. He walks the stacks slowly, running his fingers along the spines of books, listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. Sometimes he swears the walls look different than they did on his last visit. Shelves moved, corridors rearranged. And sometimes, when the library is nearly empty and the afternoon light slants through the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscope patterns across the wooden floors, visitors report seeing a woman with auburn hair browsing the folklore section. But when they approach, she's gone vanished between the shelves, like someone who knows secret paths through the architecture of reality itself. The library that didn't have an exit had become a place where exits might exist everywhere, invisible doorways to places unknown, waiting for the curious to discover them. And in Millfield, parents now warn their children not to spend too long among the bookshelves of the Harrison Library, lest they find themselves in a story from which there is no return. Story 7, the fluorescent lights of Walker's grocery hummed quietly above the produce section, casting an unnatural glow across the red apples and green lettuce. It was the kind of small-town market where locals nodded hello and strangers were noticed. Amelia Brenner was still very much a stranger, having moved to Oak Ridge just 3 days prior. The mid-March air held a lingering chill that seeped through the automatic doors each time they opened, carrying with it the scent of approaching rain. Amelia pushed her cart slowly down the aisle, the right front wheel making a rhythmic squeak against the linoleum floor. She was 32, with dark hair that fell just past her shoulders and eyes that people often described as watchful. Today they were especially so. New towns always made her slightly uneasy, the unfamiliar streets, the faces that held no recognition, the sense of being perpetually lost even with a GPS. But Oak Ridge had promised the fresh start she so desperately needed after the divorce. Near the checkout stood a community bulletin board. It was the kind found in small towns across America, a cork surface pinned with business cards, babysitting offers, yard sale announcements, and as Amelia's cart squeaked closer, missing persons flyers. Her eyes scanned them absently at first, a reflex of human curiosity. A teenager who hadn't come home after a party. An elderly man with dementia who wandered away from his care facility. A woman in her 30s with dark hair who... Amelia's breath caught in her throat. Her cart stopped moving. The squeak of the wheel fell silent, replaced by the distant beeping of checkout scanners and the muffled conversation of shoppers several aisles away. Amelia stepped closer to the board, her hand reaching out instinctively toward the flyer that had caused her heart to suddenly pound against her ribs. The woman in the photo had her face, not similar, identical, the same slight crease between the eyebrows, the same small scar near her right temple from a childhood fall. Even the navy blue cardigan and white collared shirt she wore in the image were hanging in Amelia's closet at her new rental house right now. She had worn that exact outfit for her driver's license photo just before moving. Her eyes darted to the name, Amelia Brenner, her name perfectly spelled. Then to the date of disappearance, March 15, 2025, tomorrow's date. The fluorescent lights seemed to buzz louder now, their hum becoming a roar in her ears as she carefully unpinned the flyer with trembling fingers. She looked around, half expecting someone to be watching her, but the other shoppers remained absorbed in their routines. The cashier was laughing with an elderly customer. A stock boy was arranging oranges into a neat pyramid. No one was paying any attention to the woman whose face had somehow been printed on a missing persons flyer a day before her supposed disappearance. Detective Marcus Wellen hadn't meant to stop by the station on his day off, but 23 years on the Oak Ridge police force had ingrained habits that were hard to break, and the cold case files often called to him during quiet moments. The precinct was nearly empty on Saturday afternoon, just Officer Jenkins at the front desk and the weekend dispatcher whose name Wellen could never remember. "Afternoon, Detective," Jenkins nodded, looking up from his crossword puzzle. "Thought you were fishing today." "Rain check," Wellen replied, holding up his coffee cup as if it explained everything. "Just stopping by to pick up some files." He made his way to his desk, a cluttered surface that somehow maintained its own peculiar order. As he rifled through a stack of manila folders, a flash of movement caught his eye. A woman stood at the front desk, her posture rigid with tension. She was speaking rapidly to Jenkins, who appeared increasingly confused. Something in her desperate gestures made Wellen set down his coffee. "Everything all right over there, Jenkins?" he called out. Jenkins looked relieved at the interruption. "Ma'am, this is Detective Wellen. He might be able to help with your situation." The woman turned, and Wellen noticed immediately how pale she was, her knuckles white as she clutched a piece of paper. Her eyes had the look he'd seen countless times in his career, the disorienting blend of fear and confusion that comes when reality suddenly stops making sense. "I'm Amelia Brenner," she said, her voice surprisingly steady despite her appearance. "And apparently I'm going to disappear tomorrow." She handed him the flyer. Wellen studied it carefully, feeling the weight of the woman's gaze as he examined what appeared to be a standard missing persons notice. The details were all their name, age, height, last seen wearing, distinguishing features. The photo matched the woman standing before him perfectly, and the date of disappearance was indeed the following day. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his tone professionally neutral despite the oddity of the situation. "Walker's Grocery on the community board. I just moved to town. Nobody should even know who I am yet." Wellen nodded slowly, turning the flyer over. "And you've never seen this before. Maybe it's some kind of prank." "Who would prank someone they don't know?" Amelia asked, the question hanging in the air between them. The detective motioned toward a chair near his desk. "Why don't we sit down and go through this step by step?" Over the next hour, Wellen learned that Amelia had moved to Oak Ridge from Portland following her divorce, seeking the quieter pace of small-town life. She'd been a graphic designer who worked remotely, which meant few immediate work connections in town. She'd only spoken to her landlord, a barista at the local coffee shop, and now the grocery store cashier. No one who would have access to her driver's license, photo, or personal details. "Does anyone from your past life have reason to follow you here? Your ex-husband, perhaps?" Wellen asked, the pen in his hand tapping gently against his notepad. Amelia shook her head. The divorce was amicable. He's already remarried and living in Seattle. The detective's office had grown darker as clouds gathered outside, casting shadows across the room. The soft ticking of the wall clock punctuated their conversation, marking the steady progression toward tomorrow's date. "I can't explain the flyer, Ms. Brenner, but I can assure you we'll look into it," Wellen said finally. "In the meantime, I'd suggest you stay somewhere other than your rental tonight. Is there anyone you could stay with?" "I don't know anyone here," she replied, her voice hollow. Then perhaps a hotel. The Oak Ridge Inn is just down the street. I can have an officer drive you there. Rain had begun to fall by the time Officer Tanner dropped Amelia at the hotel, fat droplets tapping against the windows of the patrol car. The officer had insisted on carrying her hastily packed overnight bag and checking her room before leaving. "Detective Wellen asked me to give you his card," Tanner said, handing her a slightly bent business card. "Call if anything seems off, and he'll be in touch tomorrow once they've run some checks on that flyer." Alone in the generic hotel room, Amelia sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the rain grow heavier outside. The digital clock on the nightstand read 7:42 p.m., just over 4 hours until tomorrow arrived. She had tried to eat dinner but had only managed a few bites before pushing the plate away. The hotel restaurant had been nearly empty, just an elderly couple and a businessman typing on his laptop. No one had paid her any attention, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Back in her room, she double-checked the lock on the door and the latch on the window. The flyer lay on the desk where she had placed it, her own face staring back at her. She turned it face down. Detective Wellen, meanwhile, had remained at the station long after his intended quick visit. The flyer had been run for prints, revealing only Amelia's and likely those of whoever had pinned it to the board. There was no record of it being printed at any local copy shops. More concerning was that there was no digital record of Amelia Brenner in any of their systems prior to her driver's license registration 3 days ago. It was as if she had appeared in Oak Ridge fully formed, with no past and, according to the flyer, possibly no future. The storm intensified as midnight approached. Amelia lay fully clothed on top of the hotel bed covers, unable to sleep despite her exhaustion. The rain lashed against the window in sheets, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that cast strange, momentary shadows across the room. Her phone chimed with a message notification. Unknown number. Don't be there when they come. Amelia's heart raced as she dialed Welland's number with shaking fingers. The call went to voicemail. She tried again, nothing. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, Amelia heard a sound that stood out from the storm's chaos, a soft, deliberate knock at her door. She froze, phone clutched in her hand as the knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Ms. Brenner, it's Detective Welland." Relief flooded through her as she moved toward the door, reaching for the handle, but something made her pause, a detail that pricked at the edges of her consciousness. Welland had never asked for her room number, and the voice, though similar to the detective's, held an unfamiliar quality she couldn't quite place. The knocking came again, louder. "Ms. Brenner, I need to speak with you about the flyer. We've discovered something important." Amelia's hand hovered over the door handle. Through the peephole, distorted by darkness and the fisheye lens, she could make out what appeared to be Welland's silhouette. Her phone screen illuminated with another message. "Not Welland, back window, now." Outside the door, the knocking had stopped. In its place came the unmistakable sound of a key card being slid into the lock. Amelia moved on instinct, grabbing her purse and the flyer before rushing to the bathroom window. It was small but looked large enough for her to squeeze through. As she pushed it open, the sound of her hotel room door opening reached her ears. The rain soaked her immediately as she tumbled onto the wet grass behind the hotel. Lightning flashed, revealing a figure standing nearby, a woman holding an umbrella. In the brief illumination, Amelia saw her own face staring back at her. Not a reflection, another her. "We don't have much time," her doppelganger said, voice identical to Amelia's own. "They've been planning this for months." "Who are you?" Amelia gasped, rain streaming down her face. "I'm you," the woman replied simply. 3 days from now, and if we don't move right now, neither of us will exist by morning." As they hurried through the storm toward a waiting car, Amelia clutched the missing persons flyer in her hand. The ink had begun to run in the rain, her face blurring into an unrecognizable smudge. The date, March 15, 2025, remained perfectly legible, as if written in something more permanent than printer ink. Behind them, a shout came from the hotel window. A figure that looked remarkably like Detective Welland stood framed in the opening, but as lightning flashed again, his features seemed to shift and change in ways that weren't entirely human. The real Detective Welland would find no trace of Amelia Brenner the next morning. Her hotel room would be empty, the window left open to the elements. On the community board at Walker's Grocery, a clean square of cork would be the only evidence that a missing persons flyer had ever been pinned there at all. And in a small diner 200 miles away, 2 identical women would sit across from each other, one explaining to the other just how fragile the boundaries between realities had become, and why some doors once opened could never truly be closed again. Story 8, the ceramic clock on the mantelpiece ticked softly in the empty living room, its hands pointing to 11:42 p.m. A half-empty glass of water sat on the coffee table, leaving a perfect ring of condensation on the wooden surface. The television hummed quietly in the background, its blue light casting shifting shadows across the walls. Everything was still, almost suspended in time, as if the house were holding its breath. When James and Melissa Harmon turned their key in the front door that Friday night, they expected the usual scene. Their regular babysitter, Ellie Pearson, curled up on their couch with a textbook, her long brown hair twisted into a messy bun. She was a creature of habit, that girl, 20 years old, responsible, studying psychology at the local community college. For the past year, every Friday night had followed the same reliable pattern. But tonight, something was different. The living room was empty, the television was on, but no one was watching. Ellie's familiar denim jacket hung over the back of the armchair. Her purse sat on the side table, wallet and keys still inside. Her phone, however, was nowhere to be found. "Ellie," Melissa called out, her voice echoing through the silent house. "We're home." No response came. James walked toward the kitchen, thinking perhaps the young woman had dozed off at the table. The kitchen was empty, the lights off. A single mug sat in the sink, a thin film of cold tea coating the bottom. "Maybe she's checking on Emma," Melissa suggested, referring to their 3-year-old daughter. James nodded, but a subtle unease had already begun to settle between them. They moved down the hallway toward Emma's bedroom, the floorboards creaking softly beneath their feet. The door to the bathroom was open, the room dark and unoccupied. When they reached their daughter's room, Melissa instinctively reached for the baby monitor receiver clipped to her belt, a habit from when Emma was younger. The screen glowed in the dim hallway, showing their daughter fast asleep in her bed, her favorite stuffed rabbit clutched tightly in her arms. "She looks peaceful," James whispered, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. But then, as they watched, something unusual happened. Emma's eyes fluttered open. She gazed at something just beyond the camera's field of view and smiled a drowsy, contented smile before closing her eyes again and drifting back to sleep. "Did you see that?" Melissa asked, her voice barely audible. James nodded, the unease returning stronger than before. They pushed the door open slowly, the hinges protesting with a low groan. Emma's nightlight cast a soft yellow glow across the room. The child slept soundly, her chest rising and falling with each breath, but there was no sign of Ellie. "This doesn't make sense," Melissa said, surveying the room. She wouldn't just leave Emma alone. Detective Sarah Chen arrived at the Harmon residence 30 minutes later, her sedan pulling up silently to the curb. The neighborhood was quiet, most windows dark, the residents long since retired for the night. A light drizzle had begun to fall, giving the street a glossy sheen under the street lamps. "When did you last communicate with Ellie?" Detective Chen asked, her pen poised over her small, leather-bound notebook. Her voice was calm, methodical, as she sat across from the Harmons at their dining room table. "I texted her around 8:30 to check in," Melissa replied, scrolling through her phone messages. She said everything was fine, that Emma was already asleep. The detective nodded, making a note, and nothing seemed unusual about her response. "No," Melissa shook her head, "it was just normal." Detective Chen's eyes moved to the jacket and purse. "May I?" she asked, gesturing toward Ellie's belongings. With the Harmon's permission, she carefully examined the items. The jacket was slightly damp, as if it had been worn outside briefly. The purse contained all the usual items: wallet with ID and credit cards, keys, lip balm, a small notebook with class schedules. Nothing appeared to be missing except the phone. "We've tried calling her," James explained. "It rings, but she doesn't answer." Detective Chen moved through the house with deliberate steps, her trained eyes noting every detail. The back door was locked from the inside. All windows were secure. There was no sign of forced entry. In the kitchen, she lingered by the sink, examining the mug. "Did Ellie typically drink tea when she watched Emma?" she asked. "Sometimes," Melissa replied, "but usually only 1 cup." The detective made another note. And when Emma woke up and smiled at something off camera, what time was that exactly? 11:47, James answered promptly. "I checked the time on the monitor." As dawn broke over the quiet suburban street, the Harmon house had become the center of a growing investigation. Yellow police tape cordoned off the property, and officers in uniform moved methodically through the yard and surrounding area. Inside, forensic technicians dusted for fingerprints and collected samples, working in near silence. Detective Chen sat with Emma in the child's bedroom, the morning light filtering through the curtains, casting everything in a soft, golden hue. The detective had a gentle way with children, her voice warm and unthreatening. "Emma, can you tell me about last night? Did you see Ellie before you went to sleep?" The little girl nodded, her blonde curls bouncing. "She read me a story about rabbits." "And did you wake up during the night? Did you see anyone in your room?" Emma thought for a moment, her brow furrowing with concentration. "I saw the shadow lady." Detective Chen kept her expression neutral, though her interest was piqued. "The shadow lady, can you tell me about her?" "She was by my door," Emma said simply. "She was watching me." "Did she say anything to you?" Emma shook her head. She was quiet, but she wasn't scary. Did you see Ellie after you saw the shadow lady? No, Emma replied, just the shadow lady. 3 days passed without any sign of Ellie Pearson. Her phone remained unanswered, its last known location pinged, placing it at the Harmon residence. Her car was still parked in the student lot at the community college, where she'd left it before taking the bus to the Harmon's house, as was her usual routine. Detective Chen returned to the house on Monday afternoon, her sedan now a familiar sight on the quiet street. She carried a thin file folder and a small evidence bag containing a single item, a hairpin with a small butterfly decoration. Mrs. Harmon, she began, sitting at the dining table once more. Do you recognize this? Melissa examined the hairpin through the clear plastic of the evidence bag. Yes, it's Ellie's. She always wears these. Where did you find it? In your backyard, the detective replied, near the old well. The Harmon's Victorian-era house had come with certain historical quirks, including an old stone well in the far corner of the backyard. It had been sealed with a heavy wooden cover years before they purchased the property, deemed unsafe and unusable. The well, James asked, his voice tight, but that's been sealed for decades. Detective Chen nodded slowly. We had a team remove the cover this morning. The well isn't as deep as it once was, partially filled in with earth and debris, but we found something else. She opened her file folder and slid out a photograph. It showed the interior of the well, illuminated by powerful flashlights. Carved into the stone walls were dozens of tally marks, some fresh, others weathered with age. We believe some of these marks are recent, the detective continued, within the last few days. Melissa's hand flew to her mouth. You think Ellie is down there, but how? The cover was sealed, and it would take considerable strength to move it. That's what we're trying to determine, Detective Chen replied. We're sending a team down today. As evening approached, the Harmon house buzzed with activity. Rescue personnel had arrived with specialized equipment, and lights had been set up around the old well. The wooden cover had been completely removed, revealing the dark opening beneath. Detective Chen stood with the Harmons at a safe distance, watching as a slender officer was prepared for descent. The well was narrow, barely wide enough for an adult to fit through. We've detected some unusual temperature readings, a technician explained to the detective. It's significantly colder down there than it should be, even for a well. The officer was lowered slowly, the beam of his headlamp disappearing into the darkness. Minutes passed in tense silence, the only sound the mechanical whir of the winch system. Then the radio crackled. Detective, you need to see this. When the officer emerged from the well, his face was pale. He carried not Ellie, but a small wooden box, weathered and aged, its surface covered in intricate carvings. There's no sign of Ellie, he reported, but I found this wedged into a crevice in the wall, and the tally marks, they go all the way down, hundreds of them. Detective Chen opened the box carefully. Inside was a yellowed photograph from the early 1900s showing a Victorian house, the Harmon house, though younger, and a family standing in front. In the background, partially obscured by shadow, was a figure of a woman in outdated clothing, her face blurred in the photograph. On the back of the photograph, in faded ink, was written, "Margaret never came home." The investigation continued for weeks. The well was thoroughly searched, the house examined inch by inch. Security cameras from neighboring properties were reviewed. Ellie's friends, family, and classmates were interviewed, but no trace of the young woman was found. 1 month after Ellie's disappearance, Melissa was putting Emma to bed when the child asked a question that sent a chill down her spine. "Mommy, will the shadow lady bring Ellie back?" Melissa froze, her hand still on the light switch. "What do you mean, sweetie?" "The shadow lady takes people," Emma said matter-of-factly, "but she brings them back if they count the days." Melissa sat on the edge of the bed, her heart racing. "Did Ellie tell you about the shadow lady?" Emma shook her head. "No, the shadow lady told me about Ellie." That night, as Melissa recounted the conversation to Detective Chen over the phone, the temperature in the living room dropped suddenly. The ceramic clock on the mantelpiece stopped at 11:42 p.m., and on the baby monitor, they saw Emma smile at something just beyond the camera's view. The case of Ellie Pearson remains unsolved. The Harmons have since moved away from the house with the old well. New tenants have come and gone, none staying longer than a few months. But sometimes, on quiet Friday nights, neighbors report seeing a light in the upstairs window, where a young woman sits watching, counting the days until she can come home. Story 9. The last light of day filtered through the dusty windows of the attic, casting long shadows across the wooden floorboards. Particles of dust danced in the golden beams like tiny constellations, suspended in the heavy air. Sarah knelt beside her grandmother, carefully sorting through decades of memories packed in cardboard boxes. The attic had a particular scent, a mixture of aged paper, mothballs, and something indefinable that spoke of time itself. "We don't need to keep everything," her grandmother said softly, her weathered hands moving with deliberate care across a stack of old magazines. "Some things are best left in the past." Sarah nodded, though she wasn't truly listening. Her attention had been drawn to a leather-bound album tucked beneath a stack of yellowed newspapers. The cover was cracked with age, the once vibrant maroon now faded to a dull rust. She pulled it free, feeling the weight of it in her hands, the weight of history. "What's this?" she asked, though she already knew. Her grandmother glanced over, her eyes narrowing slightly behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Oh, that old thing, just family photos, nothing special." But something in her grandmother's tone suggested otherwise. Sarah opened the album, the spine creaking in protest. The first few pages held the expected images, stiff portraits of stern-faced ancestors, family gatherings around holiday tables, children in starched clothes squinting at the camera. She turned the pages slowly, absorbing each image, the faces of her family tree staring back at her across the decades. Then she saw it. A black and white photograph, slightly smaller than the others, tucked into the corner of page 17. The image showed a man standing on a wooden porch, his face partially shadowed by the brim of a hat. He wore a checkered shirt with rolled-up sleeves and dark pants held up by suspenders. His hands were thrust into his pockets, his posture casual yet somehow alert, as if he were waiting for something or someone. Sarah felt a peculiar sensation crawl up her spine, a recognition that made no sense. The clothes, the stance, even the way the man's head tilted slightly to the right, it was eerily familiar. "Grandma," she said, her voice unnaturally quiet in the stillness of the attic. "Who is this man?" Her grandmother didn't look up from her sorting. "Which one, dear?" "This one on the porch." Sarah's finger hovered over the photograph, not quite touching it. the one in the checkered shirt and suspenders. Her grandmother's hands went still. For several long moments she said nothing. Then slowly she turned towards Sarah, her face suddenly drawn and pale in the fading light. "Let me see that," she said, reaching for the album. Sarah watched as her grandmother's eyes fell on the photograph. Something shifted in the older woman's expression, a mixture of recognition and what might have been fear. "This is odd," Sarah said, trying to keep her voice steady. "He's wearing the same outfit Dad had on this morning, the exact same." Her grandmother closed the album with unexpected force. "That's impossible." "I know it sounds crazy, but look." Sarah pulled out her phone, scrolling through to find the photo she'd taken that morning of her father heading out for his weekend fishing trip. "See, the same checkered shirt, the same suspenders. Dad even has his hands in his pockets the same way. It's like he was copying this man." "Your father has never seen this album," her grandmother said firmly. "No one has looked at these photos in decades." "Then how do you explain it?" Her grandmother didn't answer. Instead, she stood with difficulty, the album clutched tightly against her chest. "I think that's enough cleaning for today. I'm feeling tired." Something in her grandmother's reaction made Sarah hesitate to press further. But as they descended the narrow attic stairs, questions multiplied in her mind like shadows at dusk. Detective Marcus Reed had been with the Oakville Police Department for 22 years, the last 15 in a cold case division. He developed a reputation for patience, the kind of slow, methodical approach that could unravel mysteries that had remained knotted for decades. His office was a testament to this patience, walls lined with meticulously organized files, each representing a life interrupted, a story unfinished. On this particular Tuesday morning in late September, Reed sat at his desk, a cup of coffee cooling beside him as he reviewed the case that had arrived on his desk the previous afternoon. The file was thin, unusual for a cold case containing only a handful of documents and a single photograph. The case had been reopened because of a young woman named Sarah Callahan, who had walked into the station 3 days earlier with a strange story and a family photograph from 1957. The photograph showed a man standing on a porch. According to Sarah, this man was wearing the exact outfit her father had worn the day he disappeared. Reed studied the photograph again. The man's face was partially obscured by shadow, but there was something in his stance that suggested confidence, even arrogance. The report stated that Sarah's father, Michael Callahan, had left for a fishing trip 12 days ago and never returned. His car had been found at Lakeview Reservoir, his fishing gear still inside, but there was no sign of Michael himself. What made this case unusual was the photograph. According to Sarah, it had been taken in 1957, showing a man named Thomas Elliott, a distant relative who had died under mysterious circumstances that same year. The uncanny resemblance between the photograph and how Michael had been dressed on the day of his disappearance had prompted Sarah to come forward. Reed opened his laptop and pulled up the recent photo of Michael Callahan that Sarah had provided. The resemblance was indeed striking, not just the clothing, but the posture, the way the man held himself. It was as if Michael had deliberately recreated the scene from the old photograph. But how could he have done so if, as the grandmother insisted, he had never seen the album? Reed picked up his phone and dialed the number for Elizabeth Callahan, Sarah's grandmother. After several rings, a fragile voice answered. "Mrs. Callahan, this is Detective Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your grandson-in-law, Michael." There was a long pause before the elderly woman spoke. "I told Sarah to leave that album alone. Some things are better left undisturbed." "I understand your concern, ma'am, but I'm trying to find a missing person. Anything you can tell me might help." Another pause, longer this time. "Thomas Elliot wasn't actually a relative," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. He was someone my mother knew, someone she was involved with before she met my father." Reed leaned forward, feeling the familiar quickening of his pulse that came when a case began to unfold. "And what happened to Thomas Elliot?" "They found him in the reservoir. They said he drowned, but my mother always believed. She always said he was pushed." Reed made a note. "And was anyone ever charged with his death?" "No, but my mother had her suspicions. She believed it was my father." The detective's pen hovered over his notepad. "Your father, the man she eventually married." "Yes, she claimed he was jealous, that he couldn't stand the thought of her with Thomas, but she had no proof. No one believed her." "And your grandson-in-law, Michael, what was his relationship with your daughter?" A heavy sigh carried through the phone. "My daughter passed away 5 years ago, cancer. Michael took it hard, too hard perhaps. He started spending a lot of time alone looking through old family things. I think he was trying to connect with her somehow." Reed's eyes narrowed. Did he ever show interest in family history, in Thomas Elliot specifically? "Not that I know of, but," her voice trailed off. "But what, Mrs. Callahan?" "About a month ago, he asked me about the reservoir, about whether there had ever been any accidents there. I didn't think much of it at the time. He likes to fish there, so I assumed he was just curious." Reed made another note. "One last question, Mrs. Callahan. The photograph of Thomas Elliot, has it always been in your album?" "No," she said after a moment. "My mother kept it hidden. She only showed it to me once before she died. She said it was a reminder that some patterns repeat themselves." The detective thanked her and ended the call, staring at his notes. The case had taken an unexpected turn from a simple missing person to something more complex, more layered, something that reached back decades. The shore of Lakeview Reservoir was quiet as Detective Reed walked along the water's edge, his shoes sinking slightly into the damp earth. The morning mist still clung to the surface of the water, giving the landscape an otherworldly quality. This was where Michael Callahan's car had been found, parked in the small gravel lot that served as a makeshift parking area for fishermen. Reed had brought both photographs with him, the old one of Thomas Elliot and the recent one of Michael Callahan. Standing at the water's edge, he held them side by side. The resemblance was uncanny, beyond the clothing. There was something in the eyes, in the set of the jaw. Not a family resemblance. These men were not related by blood, but something else, something intentional. As he stood there, piecing together the fragments of a story that spanned generations, Reed became aware of a figure standing further down the shore. A man in a checkered shirt and suspenders, his hands thrust into his pockets, watching Reed with an intensity that seemed to cut through the morning mist. For a moment, Reed thought it was Michael Callahan found at last, but as he took a step forward, the figure turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees that lined the reservoir. Reed followed, his pace quickening as he entered the wooded area. The trees grew dense here, the forest floor covered in a thick carpet of pine needles that muffled his footsteps. He could see the figure ahead, moving with purpose through the trees. "Mr. Callahan," Reed called out. "Michael Callahan." The figure didn't respond, didn't slow. Reed pursued, pushing through branches, his breath coming faster now. The trees began to thin, and he found himself in a small clearing. In the center stood the remains of what had once been a cabin, now just a stone foundation and a crumbling chimney, reclaimed by nature decades ago. The man was gone. Reed approached the ruins cautiously, his hand instinctively moving to the holster at his hip. The foundation was overgrown with weeds and moss, but he could still make out the basic layout of what had once been a modest structure. Near what would have been the back wall, he noticed something that didn't belong, a patch of earth that had been recently disturbed. Kneeling down, Reed brushed away the loose soil, revealing the corner of a metal box. With growing certainty that he was on the verge of answering at least some of the questions that had brought him here, he carefully unearthed the container. It was an old tackle box, the kind fishermen used decades ago. The metal was rusted, but the latch still worked. Reed flipped it open. Inside was a stack of letters, their paper yellowed with age. The top envelope was addressed to "My dearest Elizabeth" in a flowing script. Beneath the letters was a small leather-bound journal, and at the bottom of the box, a folded piece of paper that looked much newer than the rest. Reed unfolded it carefully. It was a note written in a steady hand. "I finally understand the pattern. Thomas loved her, but her father couldn't accept it. Now I see that history has repeated itself. I loved her too, but her father never thought I was good enough. The difference is I'm still here. I'm going to break the pattern. By the time anyone reads this, I'll be gone, not dead, just gone, starting over. Sometimes that's the only way to escape the past." The note was signed simply M. Reed sat back on his heels, the pieces falling into place. Michael hadn't disappeared, he had left deliberately, staging his own disappearance to mirror a tragedy from the past, perhaps as a final act of connection to the wife he had lost. The clothes, the location, the photograph, all of it carefully orchestrated. But one question remained. Who was the man Reed had seen in the clearing? The man who had led him to this discovery? Standing, Reed looked around the clearing once more. There was no sign of anyone else, no indication that anyone had been there besides himself. Yet he had clearly seen someone, a figure that had led him directly to this spot. As he made his way back through the woods, the tackle box tucked under his arm, Detective Reed couldn't shake the feeling that he had been guided here, that someone had wanted him to find this, to understand. Some patterns repeat themselves, Elizabeth's mother had said, but sometimes perhaps they can also be broken. 2 weeks later, Sarah sat in her grandmother's living room, the leather-bound album open on her lap. The page with Thomas Elliott's photograph was now empty. The detective had kept it as evidence, though he had explained that there would likely be no charges filed. Her father had committed no crime beyond causing worry to his family. "Do you think he'll ever come back?" Sarah asked, her fingers tracing the empty space where the photograph had been. Her grandmother shook her head slowly. "I don't know, your father. He loved your mother very deeply. When we lose someone like that, sometimes we lose ourselves too." Sarah nodded, thinking of the note Detective Reed had shown them. It's strange to think that all this time he was carrying this weight, this connection to a man who died decades before he was even born. "We all carry the past with us," her grandmother said softly, "some more heavily than others." As they sat in companionable silence, Sarah couldn't help but glance out the window at the gathering dusk. In the fading light, she thought she saw a figure standing at the edge of the garden, a man in a checkered shirt and suspenders, his hands thrust into his pockets. But when she blinked, he was gone. Some patterns repeat themselves, but sometimes perhaps they can also fade away, like shadows at the coming of night. Yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in some form, the man in the old photo was still watching, still waiting for what she didn't know. Perhaps for someone to finally understand the story that had been waiting all these years to be told. A story of love and loss, of patterns repeated and broken, of the past that never truly leaves us. A story that, like the man himself, had been hiding in plain sight all along. Story 10. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records. But when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade. But as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Elena Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Elena Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Elena Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Elena Winters, age 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but..." Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Eleanor Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why? When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Eleanor's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Eleanor Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Eleanor Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Eleanor Winters. But fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Eleanor's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Eleanor. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Eleanor's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Eleanor rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Eleanor's identity literally and figuratively and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Eleanor Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Eleanor in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt. written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Aliner's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 11. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. "We never carried anything like this." The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory." When pressed further, he admitted, "Things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances." A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. "These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database." The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. "We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining," he said. "Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. "The mask moves," she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. "It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside its symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is." The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death: cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is: a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 12. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgotten, smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it, a shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man, no servers had been hired, no neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged: a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion, a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time. Story 13. She wiped the steam off the mirror, staring at her own reflection, but something was off. Her face looked right, her clothes the same. Yet the longer she stared, the more the unease grew. A flicker in the corner of her eye, a movement that wasn't hers. Then, as she turned away, the reflection stayed still watching. The case of Rebecca Thorne began with that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What followed would confound investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca lived alone in a modest apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Friends described her as methodical, reserved, a woman who kept to herself but remained cordial with neighbors. She worked as a data analyst for a mid-sized company, her life defined by routine and precision. Nothing about her suggested she would become the center of one of the most perplexing criminal investigations of the decade. The first incident seemed innocuous. Rebecca noticed small objects in her apartment had been moved, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She dismissed these oddities as moments of absent-mindedness, the natural result of working long hours under fluorescent lights, staring at spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the first report when Rebecca, after weeks of these disturbances, finally contacted authorities. The initial assessment, nothing criminal, perhaps a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the complaint but filed it away among the stack of non-priority cases. There was nothing tangible, Shaw would later testify. No broken locks, no missing items, no signs of forced entry, just a woman who felt something was wrong in her home. The bathroom mirror incident changed everything. Rebecca described it in vivid detail during her second contact with police, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt watched even when alone. This time she had evidence, a security camera she had installed herself, pointed at her front door. The footage revealed something that sent a chill through even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning. Then, 20 minutes later, someone who looked exactly like Rebecca used a key to enter the apartment. Forensic analysts examined the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation. They found none. The person entering the apartment moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried the same distinctive leather bag Rebecca owned. But according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already badged into her office building across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw told her superior. "Someone who has studied Ms. Thorne extensively and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation intensified. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca. No foreign DNA was discovered. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, just Rebecca coming and going as she always did. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned she had greeted Rebecca returning home one evening and received no response, which she found uncharacteristic but not alarming. Rebecca began keeping a journal of disturbances. Small changes in her apartment multiplied. Food she didn't remember eating disappeared from her refrigerator. Her computer showed searches she hadn't conducted. Most disturbing, she found photographs on her own phone, selfies that looked like her but that she had no memory of taking. In some, her expression seemed subtly wrong, the smile too wide or the eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm going insane," she told Detective Shaw during their third meeting. or someone wants me to think I am. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only entered when Rebecca left for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, grocery shopping on Sunday mornings, activities scheduled in advance with predictable durations. "Someone knows your routine intimately," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, this is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist suggested they were dealing with a fixation case, someone obsessed with becoming Rebecca, living her life, perhaps eventually replacing her completely. Such cases were rare but documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically had suffered a psychological break and fixed on a victim who represented something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been dismissed after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often commenting on similarities between them. After her termination, she had sent Rebecca a series of disturbing emails. "We could be the same person," one read. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they discovered transformed the case from disturbing to horrifying. One room in Lily's apartment had been converted into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Photographs covered the walls, hundreds of images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, meeting friends, all taken without her knowledge. A closet contained exact duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands sat on a vanity, alongside detailed notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily habits. Most damning were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, her gestures, her expressions. The progression was evident: early attempts clumsy and obvious, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the real Rebecca. "She wanted to become me," Rebecca whispered when shown the evidence. "She wasn't just copying me, she was erasing me." Forensic technicians discovered sophisticated equipment for creating copies of keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an elaborate system for tracking Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with detailed predictions of her schedule. What investigators couldn't determine was Lily's ultimate goal. Journals found in her apartment contained rambling entries that shifted between first and third person, sometimes referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The final entry chilled investigators. "Soon there will be only one of us. The stronger version will remain." When authorities moved to arrest Lily, she had vanished. Her apartment showed signs of hasty departure: drawers left open, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure location with continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every location associated with her prior life. Lily never appeared. The case took its final, disturbing turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported something unusual. Rebecca had been seen entering the building despite being on leave. Security footage confirmed it. Someone who looked exactly like Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former desk, and spent 40 minutes going through her files before leaving. Rebecca, still under protection at a guarded safe house, couldn't have been at the office. The implications became clear. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now living as Rebecca, stepping into her life while the real Rebecca remained in hiding. The case remains officially open. Lily Winters has never been apprehended. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her former life, instead creating a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk. Two women who look remarkably similar. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Sometimes she studies their faces, looking for the differences, the tells that would distinguish one from the other. The truly terrifying part, Shaw often tells new detectives on the force, isn't that someone could look like you or sound like you. It's that they could want to become you so badly that they erase themselves in the process. Identity isn't just what we show the world, it's what we guard most carefully. And sometimes we don't realize its value until someone tries to steal it. Story 14. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-ide crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 15. The old apartment had its quirks: pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space: food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points: small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them. All former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway: a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 16. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed, like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing. Most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the dollmaker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the dollmaker. The woman shared family rumors about the dollmaker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the dollmaker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claim to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the dollmaker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 17. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it, should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. Watch alone. Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. "The tapes complicate things," Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. "Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker." She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, The crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced Pharmacorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 18. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing. A blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface. Furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences, whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely. And local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list, the names no one speaks. Story 19. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it. and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The two-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house, their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed, no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect: Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawl space between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawl spaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was their watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 20. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. Background check on the number, Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident. Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call, by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 21. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes. They found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. "She wasn't killed here," Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. "She was prepared, displayed." The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. "She would never miss that appointment," the assistant insisted during questioning. "That sale would have been her biggest commission ever." Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email: dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection." All sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene, the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Linden's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 22. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry read. "The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. "I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent," he muttered. "That door wasn't locked." Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he told investigators. She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion. The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropax side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it. The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 23. The renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it, already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant, no known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward. The collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more, a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 24. At first, it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip, distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 25. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and 2 children, smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image, the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "See how they're all positioned perfectly? Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position." But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera. The same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawlspace in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 26. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. The previous owners moved away suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Eleanor died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Alina's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Alina's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 27. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. She reported hearing voices through the vents, said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises. Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was stress from work." Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Aliner's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Aliner's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Aliner's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Aliner, sweet Aliner, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Aliner's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Aliner singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Aliner had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves.